examination reform. Okay, sir. So about you, some points from me. He's a associate professor, mechanical engineering, Government College of Engineering, Karad. Dr. Suhas did his PhD from IIT Bombay, mechanical ME in Mechanical Design Engineering, Walchand College of Engineering, Sangli, and BE from Dr. JJMCOE, Jaisinghpur, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. Suhas has many honors and awards to his credit, and some of them are Young Scientist Award in 2012, Best Research Project on Design and Development of 3D Microfabrication System, awarded by Vaigyaniki Radiance IIT Bombay in 2008. In 2007, he received International Award at Bangalore Nano Conference, and in the same year, he was appreciated by AICTE for development of laser scanner for 3D microfabrication. He has published 20 patents and more than 100 papers in international and national journals and conferences. Presently, he is guiding 6 PhD students and received various research grants from different funding agencies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Yeah. So am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is coming, sir.
Yeah. So what I will do, I will just share my PPT and then we'll start. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, Microsoft is sometimes creates.
Okay. I will let you know, sir. It is nearby audio button. There is one up arrow.
Yeah, it is there. But when I'm going to join, I know this actually.
Okay, okay, sir.
So I have some problem with my PC itself.
Okay,
to share the screen and something. और बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि Microsoft Team के
actually Google Meet is somewhat simpler than Microsoft Team, sir.
It's good one. Okay. So can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Because actually what I feel is, should I start my scene, my presentation?
Yeah, sure, sir. You can start, sir.
Yeah. So you have gone through series of lectures on outcome-based education, which is a typical kind of a philosophy. We are going to look at that, how to evaluate these things. See, actually what is going to happen when we are going to do any kind of a work, we want some output parameter to be evaluated. And here, OB philosophy help us to have a certain parameter where it will help us to evaluate our teaching learning process. And that is what a fundamental theme line, and that was catched up by AICTE, then NBA team, and they are going to implement that so that whatever the output coming after the teaching learning, they want to evaluate and they want to grade for that. So previously, so you can just have a look on these two education policies, which is we till the date we have implemented. One is, this is our traditional education policy. This traditional means, so it was worked before OB. Means it's in a simple, we are going into the class, we are teaching it, we are taking their exams, getting the output, and everything was there. So when I was doing my graduation, that time we had only semester exams. We have to work for an entire semester, and you will be evaluated at the end of the semester. So that's the process, because we are not putting any kind of feedback. Once that exam is over, results will out, and then based on that, okay, I got 70%, 80%. What are the things we are going to do it? So in doing this, it is observed that what are the technological changes or teaching learning process changes are huge. Okay, so whenever we are going through teaching learning, you can observe that what are the technological changes. Like if I want to buy a mobile, before 1 year there are certain features, and this year I will get some more features. So that much a big change, and very short, within a very short time we are going to do it. So are we really putting all these stuff to teach or to provide in a background to the students so that they can cope up what are the things are going to happen after their graduation? And that is what in a philosophy, and that is what why cannot we put up on a kind of a feedback. So when some of the people from this entire session maybe of control systems, they know if I want to control perfectly, I need a kind of feedbacks. And this is what in a feedback loop. Okay, this is what on a feedback loop we want to create. So I'm going to decide certain parameters. Decide certain parameter means I'll say yes, my student will know how to design a mechanical system. My student will know how to simulate that mechanical system. And third, my student will also have a capability to look in terms of an interdisciplinary kind of an approach or something. So these are the parameters we are going to decide. This is desired output I wanted. So 1, 2, 3, such type. I have on a such 12 such parameter I will decide. So this is my expectations. And I will put up in some output parameter. Means here if I want to control on a mechanical system, that is on a position. So I'll put up in some displacement sensor. So here also I'll put up in a certain kind of a sensing mechanism. So which will evaluate that student, or which will tell the student, tell about what that particular student had understood. And based on that, we can put into the loop. So in feedback loop, what it happens, we take a desired number, I know it, that student has to achieve this 3 number or something, but he has achieved something 2 or something. So how can I reduce that gap? So for that purpose, I can have a comparison and I can have a process. And then within this process, there is a kind of we normally say it is an IQAC sale or something. So this IQAC sale will help us to control this teaching learning process, and that is what philosophy come with this outcome-based philosophy, and that is what we want to know at. How this quality assurance or quality improvement, or how I can provide more insight or more fundamental understanding about this particular technology or particular domain of the world, domain or kind of things. So this is what adopted currently, and that's what it is called as we are going to trace this outcome. This outcome we are going to trace, and that's the reason it is called as an outcome-based philosophy or outcome-based education or kind of things. So if you look into this entire OBE philosophy, okay, so what are the typically hierarchy? How I am going to do that? So fundamental, it start with a kind of I may be repeating some of the part which maybe you have gone through in the previous sessions, but I have to just give some theme line. That's the reason I'm going to put all this. So here we are going to first of all deciding the vision of my entire institute or entire faculty. Vision of the institute in the sense, so institute is some objective whenever we are going to start in a kind of an institute, any kind of an institute. In that, what it happens, I want to give a perfect technological background to the student. That may be one of the objective, or maybe kind of in a such vision and my mission, I will decide it. Once I decide it, and that particular institute is not running in a single course. That institute may be running multiple courses, like mechanical engineering is there, computer is there, and nowadays we have AI and so many other courses. So these are called as programs, okay? And these, to the specific, I will say, these programs have a certain objective. So what kind of knowledge you want to impart to the students, that's what it is called. That is what that typical word is called as a program educational objectives. So previously, before maybe in a 10 to 15 years back, we have this POs to be also mapped. But meanwhile, that is what it is getting too much difficult, and that is they have eliminated part, and we have only put it within a COPO mapping or something. We'll discuss that COPO mapping. Then we decide in a typical program, we concentrate on only one branch. That is what its program outcomes, we can say. Program educational objectives means that vision will decide certain objective of the entire institute, and those objectives are called as program educational objectives. And then I will put up in a program outcomes. Okay, and then program, these POs are already defined, and these are the 12 in numbers, and you can just go through the NBA booklet. I'm going to put that whole stuff into my session itself. Okay, then I'm going to teach in multiple subjects from first year to final year. I may be going for multiple courses, maybe up to maybe 40 to 45 subjects, and these subjects are courses, we can say, having a certain objectives or outcomes. There will be two things. One is objective, which is expectations. Outcome means how much we have achieved, and that is what in the learning outcomes I'm going to decide for that particular subjects. And then I'm going to play on two things. What will be the good, and I will decide what that institute. Our institute will have two outcomes. One is short-term outcomes, and another is long-term outcomes. And these short-term outcomes means program, these two will come into this. I'm going to decide, and this is for one particular semester, and I'm going to have a certain branch or something. That is what. Long term means my institute, how it will grow, maybe a 5 years plan or maybe 10 years plan, how they are going to implement these POs and how I'm going to achieve this educational objective. And that is what in the long term objectives, outcomes. Okay. So when we are going to have a process, I want to now define the process. So similar kind of a process, I can say it is a mechanical process or electrical process. So I want to control it. So what I needed, whenever I'm going to design any system, I need some inputs. So what are those inputs for any educational institute? First, fundamental input is your teaching staff. Okay. So then second input is curriculum, which we are going to teach it. And third one is whether that labs have an appropriate equipments to give a proper knowledge to the students or something. And other sources means we may be going through a kind of other skill sets, like I want to have my students should work like they should have a proper leadership quality. Maybe these students I'm expecting they should go for better jobs, like military jobs. Maybe some of the students are trying for administrative jobs. Can we have a kind of clubs, or can we have a kind of a platform where these students can explore themselves, where I can suit it? And that is what other sources I can say. So this is typically related to that particular branch or course, I can say. But here, these other sources indicates that is what we have in two types of mapping. One is course mapping, and another is an outcome, that is outside course mapping. We'll discuss that part. Okay. So then we want to have these inputs to be given to the students. So these inputs are for students. Okay. This input, how I am going to import. Okay. What I want to give, that is what it is input, I can say. And how I'm going to do it, and that is nothing but my process. I'm going into the class, teaching the subject, taking some exam, and that is what I'm going to do. That is what a teaching process. Along with that, I can have a kind of stuff like, yes, I will put up an only problem statement in my class. Okay. And that problem statement, I will tell the students, hey, just go anywhere, collect your information, go on the net, search the book, and solve it within maybe 20 minutes of time. So that is also one of the way I'm going to give in a teaching learning. Also, I can give a kind of an objective to the group objective, or individual objective, and I will say okay, I can have a hackathon kind of a process. Okay, projects. So hackathon, I will provide a typical problem statement that let the students work for maybe a 30, 40 hours period, and they will work on it, and they will come up with some solution. And that is also one of the teaching process. In teaching process, it is not expected that all the time faculty should be involved. Faculty can only monitor, because nowadays the students can get what are the knowledge they wanted through YouTube or any online sources. So it was not there the case in previously, when if you look into the teaching learning process in maybe 15 years back. Nowadays it is vastly changing, and our teachers' objective is not only to give the impart the knowledge about technical stuffs, but our role is now to provide a platform, one thing, another provide an appropriate guidance, and third is provide a proper monitoring whether they are going to do it properly or keenly or not. That is what in process, and that involves not only going into the class and teaching, but also it involves some assessment. Also, it involves monitoring. You may be going to do some project with the students. That whole stuff comes under the process. After that, yes, students may go for some assessments. Assessments means these assessments that may be in some assessment. Yes, I will give an objective for 4 students. Out of that, one student's presentation is good, another student has a kind of good leadership. That kind of an assessment, and I will grade those assessment. Okay, I may be grading this within that is 100% mark or 100 marks, 50 marks or something. This is one way. Another way, I can have a grading like an qualitative grading. That is not only quantitative. I am going to have a qualitative grading also. I can do it. Once I do this, then I will, once I grade, it is expected he has to achieve certain number. Maybe I will say it is 100 he has to achieve. That is my objective. But he achieved in a somewhere 60. Okay, so I need to just fill this gap. How I'm going to do that 40, and that is what I'm going to put up on a one feedback here, and I'm going to have some modification in my teaching learning process, and that is what it is going to happen over the entire semester. And when I'm going to monitor it and I want to change it, I can have some makeup classes and so many things. I can do it, and I can improve that 60 will increase maybe 80, maybe 90, or kind of things. So this is what an individual course something. Then when it comes for an entire program, entire branch, then I will look at the program educational objective. So how I'm going to define this program educational objective? I may be collecting not the information from the only faculties. I'm involving each and every stakeholders. So these stakeholders may be my faculties. That is one most important thing. Second, I may be calling some industry persons, industrial advisory board. So maybe I'm going to call and kind of an employers. Also, maybe getting an input or feedback from public, parents, students, alumni, all the people. And these are the program outcomes I'm defining, and then I'm going to put this into the particular loop, and that is what it is a OB philosophy. When we want to do this, how it is going to do it? Continuous quality improvement. I can have this term, I can put it CQI or something. Okay. So what you want, this is nothing but into the all the time into the loop. That's what. Say what do you want, then do you do what you say, means practically you're going to implement, and then you need to prove it, and then improve it if it is not satisfied up to the mark. And that is what it is, continuous improvement, and that's the call it that is outcome based education for us. Okay, so these are the layers through which it will work. Okay, so here you can have on a typical course. Okay, this is my course. That is learning outcome and objectives I will set for a particular course. I will implement that. I will put in this assessment. I will do the analysis, and this is my one loop. This is one single loop. So similarly, I may have in a certain of courses like in a branches, I can say. These branches may be in a mechanical, electrical, or any kind of branches. So I will have in a such maybe in a 40 subjects. Out of the 40 subjects, all these 40 subjects have gone through by my students, and I'm going to now put the assessment. And this is another one more loop I have it, and that was one second CQI means continuous assessment. I will do it. Okay. Then third is program objectives I'm going to have, and I'm going to have outcomes. Like here, I'm going to concentrate only on the courses. Along with that, I may be having a kind of stuff like I have in some clubs. Maybe students are participating in Robo Club. Maybe they are participating in some other activities, Baha, Supra. That is also one of the things. Maybe students are involved in NSS activities. These also to be taken into account. And this is what an objective is. That is a program objectives. So this will be a multiple layers. And then this is my third outer layer where I'm going to put into the loop. I'm going to evaluate it. Okay. So when I'm going to implement it, how I'm going to do it in practical, and that is what starts with Bloom's levels. Bloom's levels means if I'm going to teach students, I may decide how that knowledge I imparted in the students, where he has achieved. This is nothing but in a different layers. Whether he only remembered the things I taught it, whether he understood the things which understood means say maybe I'm going to put up an equations like so have you seen this type of things, means similar questions, and then he will say okay, this is the way I can look at what are the knowledge imparted to the faculty, and that is what an understanding. Then we can have some higher level of things that he should able to apply what are the knowledge, like in a simply Newton's law I taught them. I gave some examples, and then I told, okay, now you design in a system, okay, which is free falling system, okay, gravity fall. So that students are bringing what are the knowledge we have grabbed from during the lecture, and they are going to apply in some other stuff. That is what it is, application kind of. And then after the application, then they will do a kind of a simulation. They will do a kind of an analysis. And that is what I can say analyze. Once he achieved, he has done some analysis. Those results or whatever the outcome it is getting during this entire course of action. So he will get some information. Maybe he has having some graph which is having a typical trend, and those trend he want to whether it is increasing trend, decreasing trend, or I can have some parameter I'm going to change, and because of that it is changing, and that is what I can do. It is called as analyze, and these are two a very high level of, I can say it is in a high order of Bloom's levels. Means after doing this, I may be creating something. I'm creating entirely new stuff. I taught in a mechatronics to my students, and then student says, okay, sir, I will develop one automated system, that is IoT my IoT system, which can monitor the water circulation in the entire campus. That is what in a new creation the students are going to do it. And that is what in a different levels of Bloom's taxonomy. So these are the levels I want to evaluate it. But we don't have as such a typical exact outcome parameter where I can say, okay, so if the student done this much work, I will give 2 marks. If they done this much, I will give something 5 marks or something. So this is not possible through only knowing the only Bloom's taxonomy level. Then next I will do it. One thing I will have some competency levels. Means like I will decide a program outcomes. That is what we call as POs. Okay, and these POs are further connected with competency levels. Okay, and these competency levels means program outcome means I will say, so I want to give an a PO number 1 that involves in a basic knowledge of the sciences. And yes, this is my objective or outcome I'm expecting. I will convert that outcome into what that student should have. These are called as a competency or skills, I can say. And these skills, how much they have achieved, and that is what it is called as a performance indicator. Okay, and these performance indicator I will leave it connected to my what are the course outcomes, and that is what a course outcome will come. And once I decide this course outcome, then I will now connect these POs. Okay, and this is my COs. This is my CO with the layer or bridge of competencies and PIs. And that is what I'm going to take an help of these two things to connect these program outcomes and course outcomes. Courses are typically in a small 1 semester subject, but in program outcome is in a 4-year entire work. And I want to connect these two. And this is what in a connection will be done through competency levels and performance indicators. And that is where I can look at how much I'm going to do it theoretically. And that's what we call it is in a PO-CO mapping. Okay, these are the CPOs and horizontal axis and COs in vertical axis. I'll map it. So out of this, you can just look at PO number 2 and CO number 1. How much they are connected. That is maybe in a 2. I'm going to have on a 0 to 3 level. And out of this 0 to 3 level, where it is 2 here. Here it is in a 1. So similarly here it is in a 3 because they may be this PO 11 is more involved, and that is what it is called as. I'm putting this whole stuff into the matrix. We'll see how we can come up with such matrices. Okay, then I'm going to now, I created this matrix. I want to connect this. Ultimately I want to evaluate these POs. Okay, I want to know exact number, how much amount of POs is achieved in the scale of 0 to 3. Okay, we can have an evaluation 0 to 100 also, but it is globally accepted that why cannot we go for 0 to 3 scale. That's the reason we are using 0 to 3 scale. And then I will put up the entire list of the students. I'll map this course outcome and this, and then I will go on evaluating these POs and COs and finally program courses. And I'm going to implement this through a course implementation. And I'm going to have multiple assessments. Okay, multiple assessments. Maybe I'm going to have a CT1 exam, CT2 exam, end semester exam. I have practicals into that particular course. Maybe a teaching assessment and a teaching assignment, and I'm going to give a weightage for this. So this weightage I can give depend on how I'm going to progress my syllabus, and that is what it is course assessment, we can say. Once I done this course out assessment, now we can take in help of this matrix. This is my matrix. Okay. And ultimately I want this PO to be evaluated. Okay, I will now determine COs for each course, how much COs has achieved. Okay, once I have done the COs, okay, COs assessment, then I know that this COs and POs are connected through this competency performance indicator, and that is what I can go on determining what my POs are. Okay, and ultimately I am going to determine program. So this is what the flow of the knowledge we are going to do it. And this is what we are going to determine from a single course. And similar fashion, I may have on such 40 subjects from per semester or for entire 4 years. I will not say it is per semester. Entire 4 years, they have to go through it. And based on that, I can now go on determining POs, also COs and kind of things. And that is the way we want to implement this 4D philosophy. So we'll now look at two terms. Okay, so learning to think and thinking to learn. These are the two things which is, so this is a previous philosophy of teaching learning process. And this is the current philosophy.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Previous is very interesting. Can you repeat just once again? Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay. So this is what. एक मिनट के लिए मैं जरा सा पानी पीता हूँ and then we'll continue.
Sure, sir.
So if you look into this particular flow of the information, how it is there. So initially we start with Bloom's levels. Okay, we have 6 Bloom's levels. Previously we have only 4 or 5 such Bloom's levels. So then we have next is POs, which is defined by an accreditation team, that is MBA accreditation. We have such 12 POs. And these 12 POs, how can I do it? Because these PO statement cannot help me to evaluate each and every student. Okay, I want to determine evaluation typical indicator. How can I evaluate it? So for these POs, I will now identify if I want to achieve PO number 1, what the skill sets I need into my students. Okay, and that is what it is. I will identify it, and these skill sets are nothing but in a competency level, I can say. These are called as competency levels. And these skill sets, so if I say that my student should know about advanced technology, this is my PO. Advanced technology means I will now say, okay, the students are now know the CNC machine. Okay, so they can operate the CNC machine. Means what is the level of operation I can do? So whether they can do a programming, whether they can only monitor the process, that is what it is done to the PIs. That is a performance indicators. So then this performance indicator may be giving 1, 2, 3 levels, 2, 3 parameters, and these are going to convert your POs into kind of numbers, and that is what it is called as PIs. And these PIs are further connected to individual courses. Okay, and further connected to individual courses means CO's course outcome I am identifying, and I want to connect this course outcome to my POs, and that is what we called as a CO-PO mapping. So this is my CO and this is my PO. I want to connect this, so I will now connect through competencies. Okay, competencies, and then I'm going to convert those competencies into the performance indicators. Okay, and this will convert on a kind of a matrix. We call it as a CO-PO matrix. And along with that POs, these are the 12 in numbers. But most of the time, what it happens, if I'm going to have POs for mechanical engineering, I may not be covering interdisciplinary nature of it. I may not be giving more knowledge about 3D printing or something. So this can be added through some additional skill sets you want to impart to the students. That is what it is called as a PSO. We'll discuss that part in more detail in later stage. Okay. So once I got this PO, PSO, and CO mapping, then I will now go for different courses. I will do it for multiple courses. May have 40 such courses in my branch, and I will put all these matrices and for each and every course. Once I done it, the next task is to implement it. Okay, this is done at the administrative level. It is not anyway related to the students up to this point, but after this I'm going to impart into the classes. I have a course implementation. I may have lectures. I'll schedule the lectures. I will give the lectures, maybe 40 lectures per semester. I may be having a class test and so many things. Okay, I'll impart it. That is what an input I'm going to give it. And once I've done that input, I'm going to evaluate it. I may be evaluating only at the semester. I may be evaluating 2-3 times in the semester. I may be going through a kind of evaluation surprise stage, some assignment. These are the evaluation modes. Okay, I will give a certain weightage to each evaluation mode. Okay, I may be giving a weightage to 60% of weightage to the end-sem exam, 10% for an TA, and CT1 15%, CT2 51, 50%, 15%, and kind of things. So this is what I'm going to assess. Means I'm going to now evaluate here. I'm getting some numbers here. Okay, this will help me to determine some numbers. What are those numbers? Ultimately, it is going to evaluate your competencies and your indicators. So this you are going to connect it. Okay. Once I done it, four COs or something. How much I achieved it? How much these objectives I achieved? And that is what first objective achieved. Maybe out of 3, maybe 2.5 something. Second objective 2.5 something like this. Okay. Once I done it, then I will go on doing for all the courses, not on a single course, maybe as such 40 courses. And then ultimately I'm going to connect this part with my POs. And this is nothing but in a typical feedback loop I'm going to do it. And that is what in a program outcome evaluation. So is that clear now?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Nice. Thank you.
Okay. So previously, what is happening? So there are two things we can see it. One is learning to think and thinking to learn. Only we have flipped the words, learning to think and thinking to learn. So that is what the flipping we have done. But ultimately, what flipping we have done previously, synthesis or anything we are going to analyze or multiple solutions we are going to identify. So that is given last priority and evaluation is given some change. You can just look at this much only small change is done to have a new kind of an education implementation. And that is what I'm evaluating and creating. These two are flipped. So when we are going to look at this, what will be the administrative structure? So there will be a course coordinator, that is nothing but a basic first element who is going to talk to the students. Okay, he is going to connect with the students. She is the person who continuously teach in the class, assess them and everything. And this course coordinator is handling only one courses. Then module coordinator may be handling some 5 such courses. This module coordinator will giving some input to the program coordinator. I have such 40 courses or something. Okay, this 40 subjects are put in front of an assessment committee. And what that assessment committee does, so this, yeah, I taught the students with a basic knowledge. I taught them some advanced techniques also, but somewhere the students are missing some interdisciplinary nature. That kind of suggestions will come through the assessment team. Okay, and then this assessment team will give the input to the advisory board. What that advisory board does, they will have 1 or 2 meetings in the year. Okay, and this advisory board will look at, is there anything which we are going to miss it, which that skill should be there with the students, but we are not going to impart it. That kind of an advisory comments they can put it, and they can start implementing it. Yes, next time onward you go on Python programming also in mechanical engineering. That kind of suggestions they can give it, and that is what an advisory board they can do. And the whole process is monitored by IQAC. That is what an internal quality assurance is. Okay, so we'll now look at this Bloom's taxonomy levels: remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. And these 3 are considered to be in a very higher order thinking levels, and rest of these are nothing but a starting level of the Bloom's. I can have a 0 or 1. I will say it is in a 2. This is my 3, 4, 5, and this is my 6. These 4, 5, 6 are nothing but a higher order thinking skills. Okay. So if I look at these, I want to convert these Bloom's level into a certain numbers. I want to connect with a course objective. I want to connect with a POs. POs will be connected with a competency levels and performance indicators. So these are the multiple things we are now want to bring it into a single platform. So I can have now first I look at the Bloom's levels. Okay, these are the nothing but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so this if I look at this 1, 2, 3, these 4 levels, I can assess through a fixed amount of an hours of an examination. Okay, but these two finds it difficult to assess to fixed number of hours. Okay, that is what a thing you can just look at it. So how can I do and convert that now whatever the understood by the student in terms of a number conversion into the number. So here I may have a problem with determining up to 1 to 4. I can evaluate quite easily through a kind of an examination. But if the students, if I give some objective to the students or problem statement to the students, how they are going to do an analysis, how they are going to do a new design, whether they are coming with some out of box thinking or not. So that is what it is done through this 5 and 6 levels. And that is only possible through kind of a course project, maybe a mini project, then minor project, maybe a capstone project like this. So this is already implemented in most of the IITs. If you go into any of the course in IITs, so that faculty will put up you into kind of a course project. They will intentionally tell you have a certain presentation on this. What are the small projects you are going to do in a single semester? And then based on that, they will provide an evaluation. So this is somewhere missing in our university curriculum. And that is the basically, obviously these two skill sets, we are not going to improve from the student's point of view. And that's what it is possible through these different projects, okay? So if I want to have to check out whether that remembering skill is there or not with the students, what I can do, remember means it is what kind of skills he has to demonstrate. Ability to recall the informations. Okay, we normally we learned in childhood tables, maybe 2 to 20 table, 30 table or something. Okay, so how much we remember it nowadays? We don't remember those things, but that time we are remembering it. Okay, that is the what way they are. Our teachers have evaluated us, remembering the information which is taught into the class. Okay, then ability to recall what is the methodology or procedures, principles, and all this. So what is the way I can evaluate? I can put the questions like list how many laws or how many maybe elements are there into first level or kind of things. Or I may have questions like define a Newton's law, or define a D'Alembert's principle. I can go have questions like describe something. So this type of questions will help us to evaluate the skill like remembering skill. So I can state the Ohm's law, physically list the physical and chemical properties of silicon, list this, list that, define this. This will only give you on a first level, and I can say that level as an L1 level. Similarly, I can have an understanding once they come to know. So they have to describe in their own words whether what are the knowledge they have grabbed, whether they understood properly or not, grabs the meaning of that or not. And then it comes up in a second level, and that is what it is possible through the questions like describe, explain, paraphrase, and these are the questions through which you can just go through it. Explain importance of sustainability, explain behavior of p-n junction, describe characteristics of something like this. Okay. Then third level, that is apply. That I can say it is an EL3 level. Apply means you just what are the knowledge, what are the remembered knowledge, what are the described knowledge, and both the things you want to implement into something. So So use this information to apply somewhere, and that is what my third level of Bloom's level. And I can have a calculate. These are the questions: calculate, predict, apply, solve, illustrate, use, demonstrate. These questions like evaluate. Here it is in numericals. Ladder of 5 meter long raised on the ground, and this, and ultimately you want to you want to tell the students to calculate the coefficient of friction. So that is what in a way you can evaluate L3 level. That is what in applications. Okay. Ultimately, what we want to do is we want to connect this with your course objective, and we want to convert that into the numbers. For that purpose, we want this. And after that, there comes up an analyze. Okay. Yeah, this analysis is, so you may be not handling the problem which is giving into the class, okay, but you are going to identify certain crux into this, or they may be having a multiple complex issues are there, and you are going to break down that issues, want to see or solve it, like in a big design problems. You want to design in a UOT crane or something, electric overhead traveling crane. You want to design in a kind of a control system for precision positioning. Okay, so that is involves in designing up your entire plant or something. And this is what I'm going to have a fourth level, that is L4 level. How can I do it? I can have a classification also. I may have a bunch of the data. I want to categorize it. Okay, categorize or classification. That is also one of the way through which you can analyze it. Okay, you can provide an appropriate outline of the entire work, or you want to represent in terms of a certain picture, a diagram, or info, or kind of things. So this typical questions will help the students to know whether they are able to analyze the stuff which are in front of them. Okay, so that is what the skill we are going to identify. The last one comes to evaluate. Okay, evaluation, that is a fifth level, that is evaluate. Evaluate means I may have multiple solutions in front of me. I may have 2-3 problems, two three solutions that for a single problem. Which one I have to go for it? I want to discriminate. If I'm going to just take a simple example, I have a bicycle. Can I use that bicycle for belt drives? Yes, it is possible. Theoretically, I can use a belt drive. I can have a gear drive also, and I can have a chain drive. Out of that, which is best suits for it? Chain drive best suit, because it is on a positive drive. So this type of an evaluation, we are going to do it. So we are going maybe assessing something. We are going to take in a certain decisions. We are going to choose something out of a multiple list. All this stuff is possible through evaluate skill. Then last one, how can I create? How can I create something new? Maybe on a kind of a mini project, maybe on a kind of a solution kind of things. So what kind of skills we want into this? Use this old ideas to create something new. So I can tell you one thing. We know the weight measurement. Okay, we know that most of the vehicles are traveling with an overload or something. When they are traveling on the road with an overload, there are possibility that the driver may not have a perfect control on the steering. The reason for this, I can have a CG to be perfectly centered. If it is at exactly center or near the driver, he can have a better control. Then I will put up some sensors at the leaf springs, and I will measure the load. And I will now know what I will do. I will bring all these sensors data in single point, and I can have one single point where I can have where it will tell whether that my systems where that CG lies. And then students will implement that practically, and they will create something new as a product or device. And that is what this card is: design, formulate, build, tune, create something new. And that is what the skills we want to identify. And that is my sixth level of Bloom's level. That is what create level. So we know now these Bloom's levels. We want to now have an outcome mapping. Okay. So someone's mic is on. Can you just mute your mic? So in this outcome mapping, which will help facilitate what it is facilitating your course level mapping or course level outcomes and your program outcomes. POs, then I may have on a CO courses. I can say it is in courses, maybe 1, 2, 3 or something. And these courses will have on a 4 COs, CO1, CO2 or CO something. And I want to connect this to this. And that is what it will help you to mapping. It is called in mapping. So this COs, then I'm going to have an assessment, and then I'm going to have convert that into COs. Okay, how much I achieved it. Then I'm connecting to individual POs, and then that is what in a mapping. That is which will help us to visualize this. How much in a nutshell, how much I achieved it, and that is what in a visual mapping of the program. It also used to explore how students are meeting the POs, that is program level outcomes, at the course level. Means I decided that students should know the analysis. Okay, that how much this particular course is achieving this analysis part of it, and that is what a mapping, or I can say it is in a course level mapping is connected to POs or something. What advantage I can contribute to improve these POs? I have now increased the student achievement, encourage a reflection, re-examination. I can go for a re-examination if some of the students are weak in particular section or something, and I can provide in some other skill sets also. That is what. And outcome assessment is less cumbersome. Yes, it is helping us to make it simple compared to anything complicated, because so our engineer's job is not to make anything complicated, make it simple. So that is what we want to make it simplified. For levels of mapping, how can I map it? I can have multiple ways of mapping. So course PO and course mapping, this is one thing. Then COPO mapping, and then maybe assessment and CO mapping, and some more are there. Altogether 3 levels of mapping we are going to do. If you look into the PO and course mapping, so then we have defined a certain graduate attributes. Okay, so what it expects that graduate should achieve these attributes or go through these attributes within the 4 years of the graduation program. This is the first level. Okay, and this compliable within the Bloom's levels. And this level of mapping lets instructor to set up a threshold value alongside. Means I may be putting that PO should, this PO1, I have on a level that is 0 to 3. Out of that, I want to achieve 2.5 for this year. This is what I'm going to first decide it. Now look at the courses. So this is for an overall 40 subjects. I want to know this number. Okay. Then I will go into the course level. In that particular course, PO1, okay, I will define that this PO1 is difficult to achieve into this. I will now have 2.25 I want to achieve it, and that is what I'm COPO mapping. Okay, that is align the program level outcomes, that is POs, and course level outcomes in second level of this is my second level of mapping. So this is one matrix, this is my second matrix, and third. Like this, I'm going to do it. So, and then this is nothing but in a mapping I'm going to do it. After the mapping, I'm going to put up this assessment. Okay, assessments, I means I'm going to have a CT1 exam, 2 exam, maybe assessment. I'm going to do all those and some exam and everything. So, what is the way I can have this mapping? Means that I can put some questions in front of a kind of our faculties. What are the ways that how can I assess the outcome? What is the way of the rubric score I achieved it? What was, because most of the time we may not achieve a perfect number. Okay, if I'm going to evaluate maybe any PG project or UG project, what is going to happen when we have some meeting with the faculties? During this meeting, then we normally say with an internal examiner, can we give him 70 marks out of 100? Then internal says, oh, no, he has also better understanding in this particular domain, because he has not demonstrated that, even though that faculty is going to tell, yes, he has demonstrated in some other aspects. And you can increase maybe 10 marks, 80 marks or something. So that kind of a discussion, we normally do it during our after the examination of the AIME students. Okay, so these are nothing but not in quantitative way, but it is qualitative. Yes, he is having a better understanding. You can't convert. Better understanding means how much number. So that is what it is possible through an rubrics, and that I'm going to give you the idea about how that rubric starts. And then what was the total performance of the students, desired percentage of levels, all these questions you can go on asking, and based on that you can decide what kind of an assessment I have to do it. And then I can have a syllabus mapping, CO mapping, COPO mapping. It's a simple COPO mapping. These are the COs. Okay, these are the POs. I can create this matrix, and this matrix is called as an articulation matrix. Okay, that is the thing I can have. And then I can have on last level questions. Means whenever I'm going to frame an examination, or if I'm going to define a certain objective in the students, I'll frame this with a different understanding. Yes, I want to achieve this Bloom's level of this much number. I want to achieve this PO of this, PO2 of PO maybe 1 with 2.5 or something. Like this, I'm going to define. And that is what an expression COPO. What will be the benefits? Benefits will help us to evaluate so many things. We can do it. You can just go through the slides. I'm going to share those slides to you also. So we'll now look at what are these 12 POs. So I can have an engineering knowledge is one of the PO, then problem analysis. These are the 12 such POs. So, but some of the branches like in a mechanical, civil, or electrical, computer science. So that particular faculty, in that case, you can have something more you want to give it. So if you look into the civil engineering, so it is there. So we are going to teach the students building structural system or something, but there is no not a kind of a thing that buildings that is design of the building structural system. We are not going to impart or evaluate that part into my entire 4 years of course. So I can put that as in one of the PSO. So we are not going to give them in a kind of a design solutions to water supply or sewage system. That is also we are not going to do in the entire 4 years of the period. So these are nothing but in a specialized POs. That's what it is called as a program specific outcomes. Okay, these are called as a program specific outcomes. So that's what it is, PSOs. 12 plus, you can go up to 4, but it is advisable. You should be reliably. You can go up to 3 or 2. That is sufficient. Okay, you need not to miss if you are going for an tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 2 level, if you don't have any PSOs, there is no harm in it. But in tier 1, they expect something more you are going to implement. And that's what you have now your own autonomy in that case. And what is the specifically efforts you are taking as in concentrating on your specific branch? That is what it is called as in a program specific outcomes. So we'll now look at, so this is okay, and COs. So there will be now how can I convert that outcome into 3 levels: cognitive outcomes, behavioral outcome, and affective outcomes. These are the 3 levels. I'm not going more details about it because this can be learned through. You can just read and learn it. There is no sin in it. Because I have to concentrate more on how can I create an Excel sheet and how can I connect this COs and POs and how can I bridge the gap between CO and PO using this competency level and this. So if you look into a typical subject, so these are the COs. So these are the CO1, 2, 3, 4. These are the 4 COs. So how I'm going to evaluate these 4 COs? In CT1, so the question will be on a 4 marks of assessment I'm going to do it. For the CO, then CO2 I may be having a 3 marks, and likewise I will distribute that with a 15 marks of evaluation. Similarly, I may have, I'm now concentrating not on CO1 from the CO2, but that is a CT2, but I'm going to concentrate more on CO2 and CO3 like this. Okay, this is for typical subject. Similarly, I may be going for laboratory courses also. I may be implementing the similar stuff on laboratory courses also. Okay, so now we'll look at how can I connect this. What are these competency level? What are these performance indicators? So POs gives a guidance. It will not help you to convert whatever you are going to do into the teaching learning courses into the number, but it will give a support or guidance what is to be done. That is what on a bigger picture it is going to do it. So when you are going to deliver and you want to assess the students, this POs will not help it. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect these POs with COs. So there will be a 2-step process. Okay. So first of all, POs to be converted into what kind of skill sets I wanted. Already I told you. So what kind of skill sets I want, and then I can say that those skill sets are nothing but competencies. Okay, so what that competency to be attained? Okay, for each POs define certain competencies, different abilities implied by the program outcome statement that would generally require different assessment measures. I want to assess this, and then these competencies will be converted in performance indicators. For POs from 1 to 12, already it is defined by an NBA team. You need not to worry about it. When you are going to do this for PSOs or something, you have to work on it and you have to convert that into a performance indicators. Okay, so we can have a first POs. Okay, then so PO number 3, look at it, how I'm going to do that. First step, identify the competencies. And these competencies are converted into performance indicators. So these are the 2-step process. PO3, what it takes? Design development of the solution. Design solution for any complex problems. And this is nothing but that kind of problems needs which consideration for public health, safety, culture, societal, environmental consideration. So this is not giving me what I have to do it. How can I do it? I can convert that into competency. How they are going to do? Are they going to demonstrate the complex solution, define the complex problem, or it is an open-ended problems engineering terms? So this is one skill I have identified it. Okay, and then demonstrate ability to generate in a diverse set of alternative design of the solutions. Demonstrate ability to select an optimal design scheme. So these are the competencies. Okay, and these competencies are further converted into a performance indicator. Apply for formal idea generation. So I can give some questions. Okay, so see, yeah, do you generate this idea? If he has achieved 100%, I can convert that into 100%. If you want to convert into build a model, prototype, algorithms, develop diverse set of solutions, these are the PIs I'm going to do. So this is the way here POs are connected with PIs through these competency levels. Okay. Now, if I look into the bigger perspective, so here I have POs. These are the competencies I want to achieve it. These competencies are converted into PIs. I'm going to do an assessment and I'm going to solve it. I may have a single program outcome, maybe on multiple competencies for that PO. Okay, and these competencies will be, there will be PIs 1, 2, 3, or 3 PIs for first competency level, 2 PIs for second competency level, like this. And then I can go on creating. This will be only help us to determine a COPO mapping sheet. Okay, so how can I do that? Okay, I can look at that PO number 1 competencies are this, and then I can have an indicators, 1, 2 indicators for first competency. These are the competencies and like this. I can go for such competency. Already it is given in the NBA document. So you don't need to worry, or you need not to search anywhere. Okay. So we can have such 12 POs connected with the competencies and indicators. Okay, I got this 12 POs. Now I want to put this whole stuff into a Excel sheet. I'll just open up on one Excel sheet and I can show you how can you convert your own Excel sheet, or you can go through it. Okay. So can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can just look at. So this is my first Excel sheet of my program. So this is my course instruction. Then year I'm going to implement. Okay. Then I have on a POs here on left side. This column tells me a different POs. PO1, this is my PO2, then PO3, PO4, or something. I can have an altogether 12 such POs along with some PSOs also. So okay, this is what we got it. Now, if you look into the second column, I'm going to put some competencies. What are those competencies for PO1? I have 3 competencies: demonstrate competence in mathematical modeling, competence in basic science, and something. So this typical competency is again given to the performance indicator. How many things are there? I have 2 things. One is one performance indicator here. This is my second indicator here, which will lead to achievement of this skill set. That is a competency level. Okay, then same way I can have these are the things. So this is within a PO part. Now you look at the CO part of it. You have a course objective, and I have how many course outcome I am expecting. I expecting 4 course outcomes. This is my CO1, CO2, CO3, and CO4. Okay, so what I have to do it, whether this PO, this competency, and this performance indicator is achieved in CO1. If it is yes, you can say yes. Okay. If it is no, you can just delete it. It will delete it. So behind this, so this is yes, no, it will calculate. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is, it is PO1, I'm going to evaluate. And altogether, I want to know how much this PO in 1 is connected with a CO1. Similarly, I can have a CO2 is connected with that PO1. Same way I'm going to do it. So like in a multiplication of matrix, we do it. First of all, take in a column, then row, take in a single element, do this, and then go on adding like this. We need to do it. Okay. So ultimately, here, if I put all the y's, you can see here, it is going to convert into this number. If you look at this formula, it's a very simple formula. See, if this is my 14th row and gth column, if it is yes, it will give me 1 number. If it is yes, give me number. If it is no, then it will give me 0 number. And how many numbers are there? Altogether, PIs are 5. So that's what I will divide it within a 5. And then I will round it, because I can't have this decimal numbers. Okay. So if I will just remove this all. I can just look at it. I can have, if I don't map this PO on any of the CO1, then I can have 0 here. You can just look at it. It is bringing me 0 number. So if I put this two numbers, this is one Y and this is my second Y, it only achieve one, because out of 5 you have achieved only 2. You are going to correct this 2 only, and that's what it is going to give me, 1. Similarly for CO2, similarly for CO3, similarly for CO4, like this. This is for only one POs. Similar fashion, I can have this PO competency level and PIs for PO2 and PO3, like this. I can go on putting this, because already I mentioned in your the slides. You can just go through these slides. You can put this into an Excel sheet and you can convert. There is no big deal. And if you want, I can share this Excel sheet to you people so that you can reuse this Excel sheet. So here you can just look at PO number 12. Here CO1 is not achieved, CO2 is not achieved, CO3 is not achieved. So that is the way I'm going to convert that performance indicator into how much amount of performance indicators are reflecting into my course, which is given by this matrix. Means how much PO is reflecting in individual courses and kind of things. And this is nothing but a COPO mapping. So in this COPO mapping, here only we have decided if that particular student has that particular skill. Here it is an ideal Excel, ideal matrix created for that particular course. Means this is nothing but an objective of your entire course. In course one, this particular mechatronics course, I want to achieve PO1 2, not 3 but 2. I want to achieve PO2 2.5, PO3 1.5, like this. This is what I decided it based on this skill sets and kind of things. So then I want to now actually evaluate that. What way I can do evaluate? I can come up my question sets. Okay. I'll now, this is what in a matrix, we'll go into questions. How can I define those questions, and we'll look at it. Okay. Okay, this is the way we can have 12 such POs. Okay, then we can have some rubrics. So we are going to define your question paper. This is typical question. It is already there in this exam reform policies. So it is in a programming for problem solving, and this is my course in first semester or something. So I may have I'm going to ask the first questions like explain the steps involved into this. What is the Bloom's level? So it is in a Bloom's level is 2. CO1 is achieved, and 8 mark I'm going to give it. And what is the performance indicator? That is 1.4.1. Okay. So in most of the questions you need not to put this. You can remove this BL and PI from this, and you can plan your question paper. Similarly, I can have a such question paper for 100 marks. And out of that, I can decide how many Bloom's levels I am concentrating. Maybe 1, 2, 3 or something. Don't worry about this. So this is the way the COs you are going to define how, if the student is going to achieve an 8 mark in the first question, that indicates it is going to achieve a CO1 completely. This CO1 indicates that level 2, that indicates PI1. PIR. And individual cases question may have multiple PIs, multiple PIs even, because it involves multiple skill sets. See, one thing I can tell you one question like I want to design a mechanical system. Okay, this is my first thing. So I want to know the they should know the numerical capabilities. That I will tell them. Yes, I want to determine the stress or something for this particular domain, and whether it is less than this, that may involve 2, 3 such skill sets. So that is what a PI indicators. Okay, so I can have this type of model question papers for this, and I can now come back to your, this is my target matrix and this is my achievement. I'll now come back to my class. I'll have exams, maybe CT1, CT2, TA, and assessment. So in CO1, I'm having a 4 marks of question in the CT1. CO2, 3 marks. Like that, I can now map it. Okay, and then I'm going to have these are the roll numbers, serial number and roll number and the name of the students. Out of that particular question, how much he has scored it? Out of 15, 15, 10, and 45. Okay, so if you are going to have an online evaluation, this COPO mapping will be very easy. But most of the time we do an average of this and then we put that. Okay, so this is nothing but marks he has achieved it. Okay, once he has achieved 45 marks, okay, then I want to know how much CO he has achieved it, CO1. Okay, out of 45 means altogether this is the end exam, this is a TA marks, then CT1, CT2. Okay, so I can now over the entire semester, okay, out of on one scale, how much CO is he has achieved it. Okay, I can have on a CO means I can have this addition subtraction, I can do it. Okay, C1 here it is in a, you can just go through this formula. It's not in a big deal. You take all the addition, subtract, and convert into this particular number. Once I done this, I want to convert with the scale of 0 to 3. Okay, on the scale of 1, it's simple. If I will now decide what is my threshold, whether I want to how much marks indicates what is my 1 level, 2 level, or 3 level. If I say my 1 level indicates, if I say it is in a 0.4 or less, I will say it is in a 0th level. If it is up to 2, that is a 0.5 or something, I will say it is in a 2. And if it is more than 59 or something, maybe 60 or something, I'll say it is in a 3. So that is what the way I can now convert the decimal numbers in the mapping of the 3. Okay, this is what the mapping I done it. Now I got how much COs you have achieved it, CO1, 2, 3, 4. And then average of all this means individual students have achieved, some students may have achieved 3, some students have achieved 2, 1 or something. Once I got this, so these are the achievement of the COs. First CO 2.46, second 2.23, 4, 5, 3. Ultimately, these all should ideally it should be 3. But out of 3, as per students' performance, I'm getting only 2.46 or something. Now we have this matrix. I want to map this CO achievements into this PO achievements. I want to connect this with this matrix. How can I do it? I can go into the PO calculations. Okay. So how can I do that? This is what in Excel, this is what in a mapping sheet I got it. I can determine average of this, and then I'm going to ultimately determine how much amount of achievement I had. This is nothing but an average of this. And this is the CO attainment. This first CO attainment I done, second, third, fourth, and something. So I can now have this total I got it here round, means this is what I'm a 4. Okay. D8, D9, this is like D8, 9, 10, and then I will divide by 4. Okay, and then round. 1.45 something, 1.75. Then I can convert that 1.75 on the scale of something. Total I will get. Okay, this I can do it, and I can determine these numbers. So this is the way we can go on doing all these calculations, convert into the numbers and kind of things. Okay. So this is what in a way it does. Okay, I have some problem with this Excel sheet. I will just open up some other Excel sheet that will be better. It will take a CO attainment. This is what in a blank sheet we created. This is entirely a blank sheet. You can create Here you can substitute your own subject. These are the CO achievements for subjects. And not put any marks for this. Then POs, and this POs, this marks. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. This formula, this C8, and all these calculations, and ultimately it is going to tell me how much amount of PO will be achieved. Okay. So this is the way you can do this COPO mapping and play with this COPO mapping. Ultimate aim is to, whenever I'm going to teach anything into my class, it is expected that the student should grab 100%. But it is not possible. But how much they have grabbed it, and that evaluation, how much he has achieved, whichever I taught into the class, and that is possible through the COPO mapping. That is the only one objective having for this type of COPO mapping. There is no any other objectives. We'll now look at what is the way I can have. We have seen that marks to be converted into your COPO mapping, PO achievement or something. But we never discussed about how can I achieve, how can I assess higher order abilities. But it is encouraged to provide an open book exam. Why we encourage more for an open book exam? The reason for this open book exam, the students will not be more stressed whenever they are going to do the exam. But they have an open-ended problem, an open problem. Open problems means they can access any books or any kind of resources to solve certain problems. This is one. Because after 4 years of graduation, they have to go into the practical life. They have to. Nobody will say, okay, you don't use the book, but solve this problem. You can go into any time into the book. They have to solve a practical problems. That will help them to know more about how can I handle these practical problems. And that's the reason we should have an open book examination. Okay, how we can design that is also, you can just go through it. So whenever you are going to evaluate the students based on written and oral kind of a communication. Oral communication means if I'm going to have a mechatronics exam out here, that is an oral exam. How can I evaluate? Means I can have a written communication, how much amount of proficient he is, whether it is acceptable or kind of an improvement. Okay. So this is the way I can give, this is my 1 level, this is my 2 level, and this is my 3 level. And then this I can convert acceptable, this number, qualitative things into quantitative numbers. Okay, whether he has used this presentations, in that error-free presentation, we can have errors. This is what the way I can have 1, 2, 3 kind of a level. Oral presentation, also whether speakers are audible, fluent on the topic. So this is called as a rubrics, which will convert what are the oral exam into certain numbers, because most of the time what it happens, we find it difficult to evaluate the students whenever they are giving an oral exam. That time you can use such rubric sheet for evaluation. And also there is this design project rubrics tools. Okay, so what is the basically purpose? Means we can have 3 levels. This is 1, this is 3 I can hear, this is 2, and this is now 1. Okay, it is reverse in previous case. So this is needs an improvement, means he's not self-sufficient to prepare, sufficiently understood the purpose of project. So these are the categories, and you can give them marks for this. Okay, and based on that you can create a sheet, and you can keep that. You are going to evaluate this way, and that is the thing we can have. Okay, and later if you want to have a review of it, you want to mini project, you have told the students, and you want to evaluation, that mini project evaluation should reflect into your COPO or outcome. It should be reflected. In that case, here it is, you can say group assessment or individual assessment. There will be 2 things. Mini projects will be handled by maybe 4 to 5 students. So this is a group assessment. And individual assessments means individual interaction you need to do. Here it is in a GA indicates group assessment, then marks, then you can grade it. If they are poor, you can give a 20%, 40%, 60%. You can convert that into numbers. Means I can have a 2 here, then maybe a 4 here, then 6 here, 8 here, and here 10. And then I'm going to evaluate based on it. Means out of this 10, how much they have achieved. I can take it, yeah, he is in the range of 40. He is in the range of 60 here, like this. I can go on creating these sheets, put individual's assessment or group assessment, and convert that into the number. Similarly, you can have a review number 1, review number 2. You can have a higher order skills. You can get it to this review number 3 or something. Okay. So this is what we have seen. How can there will be 2 tools through which we can do it. One is which we have seen it called as a direct tools or direct assessment. Another one is indirect assessment. Indirect assessment, what we are going to conduct the test, we are going to conduct the assignments, lab, seminar, project, rubric, so many things we are going to do. But when it comes, we may be giving a kind of projects to the students, like a Bahabaja project is there, robotics club is there. The students are organizing TEDx type of lectures. They are maybe working on the projects like an Avishkar, maybe some agricultural projects. So this somewhere maybe some of the students are involved in faculty development, maybe an alumni survey program. That is what things. And you can have this type of a survey you can go through it. That is in a course end survey, an exit survey, faculty survey, alumni survey, program statistics. So these are the ways through which we can have an indirect assessment. Indirect assessment, 80% is considered, and here it is 20% is considered. Because this is nothing but a base which we want to establish into the students. And this is what an additional stuff you want to get. And that's what 20% is to be considered. Okay. So we have just gone through the COPO mapping already, seen it. So once I done it COPO mapping for an individual subject, I can now have this mapping for a bigger, that is a program articulation matrix. Okay, means this is what typically civil structure. So civil courses, then COs, then POs connected, and other things. Okay, so I can have example weightage for POs. So you can do it. So this is what I would like to tell you for today's session. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. You can put into your chat box.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful talk. You have cleared all our doubts, and I think we don't need any further session after this, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
But still, I request participants to ask any query if you have. Please,
sir.
Participant side.
Yes.
Sir, I would like to know, because the talk is very wonderful, and thanks to such talk that we are able to get this type of talk. So my one question is that, sir, in AICTE examination reform, they have mentioned that minimum 6 COs are there. So should we will go for the having the 4 COs or more than, means minimum we have to compulsory to kept the 6 COs?
See, if you increase your own numbers, that will create more complex issues. So my request is that you make sure that you are going to convert whatever the information into the numbers within a minimum number of parameters. If you increase more COs, it will make more complex, or it will create more problems for evaluation. वो एक्सेल शीट बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा, फिर तकलीफ होगी, फिर किसका किससे कनेक्शन है वो पता नहीं पड़ेगा. तो मेरा क्या कहना है कि आप मिनिमम 4 रखो. जब AICTE कंपलसरी करेगी नहीं भाई आपको 6 ही करना है, 4 में चलेगा नहीं, तब आप डिसाइड कर सकते हैं यार ठीक है हम अभी
Actually, sir, we have faced this problem during our NBA accreditation for the Electronics and Communication Department accreditation. So they have the experts told us that you should keep the minimum 6 COs, so map the all those things. So that's why this question arises: should we go for the 4 or more than 4? So we will take care your advice, sir. Sure, sir.
एक्चुअली क्या
Thank you.
रहता है कि CO1, CO2, CO3 और CO4 एक्चुअली क्या होता है कि हम लोग जो सिलेबस रहता है इट इज टिपिकली 6 यूनिट सिलेबस रहता है, बराबर है, एंड मे बी
4 यूनिट,
हाँ 6 यूनिट का सिलेबस रहता है और उसके हिसाब से हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि 1 यूनिट का 1 CO रहेगा और देन हम लोग उसके हिसाब से
Sir, we have 4 units only. So for us, 4 COs are very convenient, sir, to map.
Yeah, it is more than sufficient यार. ये हर बार क्या होता है कि हर बार ऊपर वाले कुछ तो ये बदल देते हैं और सब हम लोगों को नया करना पड़ता है.
जी सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
सर एक क्वेश्चन मेरा था कि सपोज वी हैव 4 COs, that means we have 4 units and we have 4 COs. And we frame questions on the basis of that 4 COs only. And if our question paper has some optional questions, means he has student has to opt only 2 questions out of 3. So one of the CO he will eliminate, sir. He will not be able to opt that.
होगा ही होगा. तो
suppose CO3 किसी ने opt ही नहीं किया, किसी स्टूडेंट ने, तो वो तो 0 हो जाएगा सर. Okay. So how to tackle this situation, sir?
So we have 4 COs. Out of that, 1 is not handled by any of the students. That's what you will get CO3 entirely 0. तो आपको याद रहेगा हमारे MBA के इसमें एक यूनिट है that may be a 7th unit, 7th chapter, जो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, 7th क्या है क्राइटेरिया याद नहीं आ रहा. क्राइटेरिया वो फीडबैक वगैरह लेते हैं, फिर कॉग्निजेंस लेते हैं. ओके, वो ऐसा वाला है. तो उसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि समझो अभी 3rd नंबर का बच्चों ने अटेंड ही नहीं किया, चलो तो उसमें क्या करने का है कि वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड एन मेकअप एग्जाम और काइंड ऑफ एन मोर असाइनमेंट ऑन टू दिस वन, एंड वी कैन से कि यस CO3 बच्चों ने भले ऑप्शनल का क्वेश्चन था उसमें उन्होंने अचीव नहीं किया, फिर भी हमने उनको असाइनमेंट इसके ऊपर दिया और उसके साथ एक रूब्रिक्स जाट दो और काम खत्म करो. दैट इज व्हाट एन बेस्ट ऑप्शन.
Okay, sir.
And other things, sir, because this examination reform, so we can remove that deficiency. Even we can have internal choice instead of question choice, so that will be better, I think.
आपने क्या बोला मुझे ठीक तरह से समझा नहीं सर.
Actually sir, if we do compulsory all the questions for all students, I think that is fine, sir. We don't do such optional.
नहीं, ऑप्शनल हम लोग क्यों देते हैं कि बच्चों को उतना हर एक बच्चे का लाइकिंग नहीं हो सकता. देखो अभी क्या रहता है कि मेरा लाइकिंग अभी थियोरेटिकल क्वेश्चंस पूछेंगे तो बहुत इरिटेट हो जाऊंगा. मुझे कोई न्यूमेरिकल देगा तो आई विल बी मोर हैप्पी.
Okay.
So I will prefer to not to go for a theoretical question. But हाँ, नहीं तो कुछ बच्चे रहते हैं यार कोई न्यूमेरिकल नहीं चाहिए, मेरे को बस थ्योरी चाहिए, बाकी कुछ नहीं चाहिए. कुछ तो रखा करके टालूंगा.
For that, my suggestion is internal choice question. Every question should have internal choice. If we want give, that will be better.
भले आप जितना ज्यादा ऑप्शंस देंगे, समझो उसमें से कुछ कोप अप नहीं हो रहा है, तो इट इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड कि आप लोग हर बार जो असेसमेंट में ही रिफ्लेक्ट होना चाहिए आपको. यू कैन हैव सम एडिशनल स्टफ लाइक चलो यार असाइनमेंट दिया था बच्चों को, मैंने मिनी प्रोजेक्ट में ये काम लगाया था, उसमें से ये इवैल्यूएट हो रहा है, ये इवैल्यूएट हो रहा है. दैट इज व्हाट इट इज एक्सपेक्टेड. ऐसा कुछ कर के हम लोग निपटा सकते हैं और कुछ नहीं.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, and sir, from participant side, there is a request that if you can share your PPT and as well as that Excel sheet.
Yes. मैं आपको जस्ट एक काम करता हूँ, आप जस्ट मुझे एक मेल कर दो तो मैं ये पूरा आपको शेयर करूंगा. तो this is ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल, ये वाला अवेलेबल है बस हर एक जगह पे, मगर बस मैंने एक ही चेंज किया है कि आई कन्वर्टेड, मींस उसको कंपाइल करके एक जगह पे रखा है।
Okay, sure, sir.
मैंने कुछ नया पढ़ाया नहीं है, ऑलरेडी इट इज देयर इन एवरीवेयर, बट आई ओनली थिंग आई डन इट, आई कनेक्टेड एवरीथिंग इट इन अ सिंगल यूनिट। ठीक है। और एनीवे ये मेरा लेक्चर मेरा यूट्यूब पे चैनल पे ही मैं अपलोड करूंगा, जो अभी हम लोगों का जो भी डिस्कशन हुआ,
It's already, sir. It's already shared on YouTube link, sir.
बट
From our
इसमें
side.
ये 1.5 घंटे में मैंने आई नॉट कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड ऑन पीआई competencies in previous lecture, so this I am going to put into this.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
और किसी को और कुछ लगेगा तो दे कैन पुट अ कमेंट ऑन दैट, क्या बोलते हैं उसको,
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर,
माय व्हाट्सएप इवन दिस। ओके, चलो फिर।
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you very
Thank
much,
you,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
If you need any kind of an help or related to this, even actually मुझे शेखर सर, मुझे ये एक बात बताना है कि I am not anywhere interested in this OB or kind of बहुत इरिटेट करने वाली चीज है, मगर सिचुएशन ऐसे हुआ कि मेरे कॉलेज में मुझे एनबीए का कोऑर्डिनेटर बनाया गया, तो इसलिए मुझे इसके अंदर घुसना पड़ा। I am more interested to interact with your faculty in technical aspect, not with the non-technical staffs. I will be interested to have an interaction on kind of projects like robotics का project रहेगा, नहीं तो mechatronics का project रहेगा, IoT का project रहेगा, नहीं तो collaborative कुछ project हम लोग DST इसरो को जमा कर सकते हैं, कुछ बड़ा वाला सोचेंगे। ये ठीक है यार, सीओ मैपिंग एनबीए तो होता है।
I will share the contact details to all the participants if someone is ready.
Yes, whoever is interested to implement, because I may be going for 2-3 DST projects in recent, means वो मैंने तो जमा तो किया है, तो
surely I will approach you, sir. I will contact you, sir.
इसमें क्या हो रहा है कि ये सीओपीओ मैपिंग के इसमें we spend much of time and जो काम
एक्चुअल जो काम करना चाहिए वो नहीं हो पाया।
हाँ, उसके ऊपर हम लोग ज्यादा कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर सकते, ये सबसे बड़ा ब्रेन हो रहा है। एनीवे, we'll do it.
चलो सर, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So participants, we are taking a small break of 15 minutes, and at 12 p.m. we have another lecture of Dr. US Sahu sir. So he'll also taking on I think this program outcome only. So we'll meet at 12 p.m. sharp 12 p.m. Thank you very much, all of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Hello, Yadavji. Are you able to hear me? Hello. Hello. Anyone is able to hear me? Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Anyone is able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Anyone is able to hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to check.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
So you are able to hear.
Yes, good morning, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Shekhar. Good morning.
Good morning. Sir, we'll start within 5 minutes. Actually, we have given a break of 15 minutes. The first session is over at 11:45, sir.
Okay,
So,
okay, right.
So we'll start around 12:05, sir.
Okay, right, right. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Shekhar, I think we can start now.
Sir, we'll wait for 2 minutes more, sir. There are only 43 participants.
Hello.
We'll wait for, sir, 2 minutes. Only
Okay,
44 participants are there, sir.
Okay, okay. No problem.
This time testing with the rates. It is like this.
So good afternoon, all of you. I welcome once again all the participants and our great speaker, Dr. U.S. Sahu sir. I request Soumya ma'am to read a brief biography of sir. Soumya ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sirs and ma'am. And good afternoon, Sahu, sir. It's Soumya Tripathi. Sir, I have few words about you, sir. Okay. Dr. Umashankar Sahu, sir. He is an associate professor and head in charge of Extension Center, Hyderabad. Presently, he is involved in teaching and training faculty development programs for polytechnic, engineering colleges in teachers and industry peoples. Dr. Sahu did his PhD in electronics and communication engineering from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad, MTech in Digital Communication Engineering from Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, and B in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from Rani Durgavati University, Jabalpur, MP. Dr. Sahu is a life member of Indian Society for Technical Education, member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, that is IEEE, since 2008. His research interest includes communication in system, optical fiber communication, nonlinear impairments in fiber, mobile communication, microwave communication, network switching, teaching learning process, outcome-based education, MBA, NBA, and NAAC accreditation. His professional experience is more than 28 years of teaching and training experience. He is working at NITTR since 2005. He has trained more than 4,000 faculty members of technical educations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for a long introduction. It's my pleasure to join your program and deliver the lecture. So, really, it's my pleasure to join this program, and anyhow, I have arranged this Sunday for you because earlier I was not aware of it perfectly. So yesterday night I have got confirmation. So really, it's good that we have got it done finally. So friends, today we are discussing about the examination reform. This whole program is centered towards the examination reforms. In that context, keeping in view the Washington Accord, so graduate attributes we will discuss in this session, especially understanding the graduate attributes and what are really graduate attributes, how to enhance it in the classroom. And finally, what are the performance indicators if graduate attributes are decided? Then what are the performance indicators? How we can come to know about the graduate attributes, whether achieved or not achieved. If it is achieved, how much it is achieved, how to calculate this, and how to give this feedback to the stakeholder, that is a student, is the main stakeholder as I consider, as well as some feedback we need to take from the student for teachers also. So this is a two-way communication kind of things at the end. So this is the brief intro about my lecture and presentation. So before starting the whole academic session, I want one small Mentimeter questions from all of you. So I will share the screen again on Mentimeter, and I request all of you to join the Mentimeter here. Is it visible? Screen is visible to all of you. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir.
So we'll go to the first question, not second. Right. Good.
Sir. First of all, I'll request all the participants please log into menti.com.
Yes.
All the participants are requested to first log into menti.com. I will share the link in chat box.
Okay. Menti.com, and then type the I'm giving in the chat also.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay.
All of you, please click on the link which I have shared in the message.
Menti.com. Sir, you have already shared. Very good. And then type the code.
And the code is 54.
Yes, sir. Repeat it, sir.
54615
359. Go ahead, friends. This is very simplest. What is your institute name? Just you type. Those who are unable to do so, please ask me. Go to on the top line, it is very clearly indicated on top of my presentation over here. Go to www.menti.com and use the code 54615359. Are you getting it or not? Is there any problem? Yes, dear participant, are you listening to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your voice is coming, sir.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Quick, just nobody has responded so far. They need to write their institute name. That's all.
Sir, we have to sign up. We have to sign up first, sir.
No need to sign up. Friends,
Okay.
no need to sign up. Only go to menti.com. Don't go to mentimeter.com.
Okay, okay, sir.
Menti.com. If you go to Mentimeter, then you need to sign. That you don't do.
But this link is, I think, opening mentimeter.com only.
No, don't do that. You type menti.com. Otherwise, I will give in the chat. One minute, I will give in the. One minute, friends. Just. Now it's maybe visible to all. Yes. Now you can respond. Go to menti.com. Use the code 54615359. Is there any WhatsApp group also for this meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have one WhatsApp group also.
On the
You can
top,
add to sir also. Sir. He will
Okay,
share.
okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
people, nobody is responding. I don't. Sir, you try to respond. Just write your university name. Yes, I got it. Yes, friends. Yes, very good, very good, very good. Good. Yes, 3 response I have received. Correct. Correct. Very good. Yes, yes. Yes, friend, respond to menti.com and type the code 54615359. Then you will get it done. Okay, very good. So many participants are there. think so many. Yes, 53 people are there currently in the meeting. Yes. Go quickly. Yes, got it.
Sir, maximum participants are from triple group for only, sir.
Okay. Good. Thank you. So we'll go to the next question. Just one more, then we'll start our own. This also you have already answered previous one. Yes, 2 participants have responded to this question also. Good. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Menti.com again, use the code, same code. Very good. Yes, very good, very good. 4 participants have responded. 5 have responded. Very good. Oh, very good. 6 has responded. Fantastic. Yes, 7 participants. Good, very good. Now people are on the way. Correct. Very good. Good. So what I want to say in the starting, how to get interaction with your student. This I want to tell you the way I have given this interactive session to all of you. That is the only purpose. Very good. 12 people have responded. Menti.com using the code. So you can see how people are reacting, how our students are reacting to our questions. So active listening is important over here. 9 majorities have given 9. Right. Thank you. Good. 10, 12. Okay. Thank you. So those who have responded for this small session on menti.com for interaction. Right. I will stop now itself. And we'll come towards our main academic session. Right. So thank you. I think full slide is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Right, friends. So I'm sitting at Hyderabad, a state, Telangana state of our country. So the topic given to me is understanding graduate attributes, competencies, and performance indicators. So this is the agenda, how I will proceed to discuss this whole scenario for 1.5 hours around. So understanding the attributes, first we will try to understand the graduate attributes, then competencies, especially in psychomotor domain, and performance indicators. And part 2 will be an objective type test. A Google form will be given to all of you. And at the end, we will have some discussion what I have discussed. Yes, friends. So in the starting examination reforms, how this teacher is taking the examination of these, those who are sitting in front of all animals are there, variety of animals are there. So anybody can read what teacher is saying to them. Yes, friends, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. What he is saying, what teacher is saying, can you read it?
For a fair selection, everybody has to take the same exam. Please climb that tree.
Question is, please climb that tree. Anybody can respond? Who will climb the tree first?
Monkey.
Monkey. Okay. Any other person? Next, who will climb the tree? Yes, friends, quickly. Very good, madam. You have responded. Good.
There is crow also, sir. It can also.
Yes, this can go fast, right? So our examination system, this question is correct to evaluate the capability of these people, these animals.
That's not right.
That's not correct, right? That means this question is not correct. The testing, the way you are testing all these animals is not correct. So similarly, in our evaluation system, same examination paper, students are of variety nature. They want to become a teacher, scientist, businessman, or sports. Really, we don't know. Especially, I'm talking about the higher education system. So think about it. Our discussion will be focused on these things. We'll go to the next slides. Nowadays, all companies are asking many things, or they want many things in their candidates while selecting them. These are the few things. I took this picture. So these are the demands from the enterprises, companies. While recruiting any HR, they want like this, like this, like this. Anybody can support me in reading these things, although it is horizontally written. Yes, friends. Those who are attending this program, I request you to read the requirement of, please.
Sir, science
Yes,
savvy.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Anyone, tell your name and read it.
Shweta Singh, Dr. Shweta Singh.
Right.
Science savvy, effective problem solver, critical thinker, strong team contributor, financially literate citizen, literate consumer of media, curious researcher, capable technology user, creative innovative thinker, proficient reader, effective communicator, self-directed responsible worker, skilled mathematician, relationship builder, knowledgeable global citizen, health-focused lifelong learner, multilingual.
Can we get, Dr. Shweta, can we get all these characteristics in a single person?
No, sir, not possible.
Not possible, right? But companies are searching people like this. So
yes,
that is, in other way, we can say all these are the attributes should be available in the candidate, then the company will recruit them, right? So slowly we'll go. Then how we can improve the attributes? These are the requirement of the all industries people. Then how to do that? So think about it. So what I will do in this session, I will list the graduate attributes one by in different slides, and we'll discuss on that attributes, how to enhance that attributes. I will ask you people also to interact while giving the attributes information. So 12 attributes are there as per our Washington Accord. Actually, why these attributes are there? Importantly, why these attributes are there? Graduate attributes are there. What was there before Washington Accord? Our degrees, diplomas, all degrees, diplomas are not internationally recognizable. That means one country, another, if you go to having your degree and go to other country, they will say, how I can say your degree is recognized in my country. So that was the serious problem before this Washington Accord. You only our IITs and other prime institute degrees were recognizable in abroad. So that was the serious problem. Then people come on one table and they have decided what we should do in education, during the graduation, so that we can exchange our HR, human resources, to one country to another country. So they come to certain conclusion that in all the graduates, minimum attributes should be there. These attributes are known as Washington Accord or outcome-based attributes, graduate attributes. And on the basis of these attributes, all the programs are designed if it is an OBE-based curriculum or OBE-based education system. So another way I have written over here, if somebody will support me in reading it, then it will be very good voluntarily, otherwise I myself. So as designed by the Washington Accord, so number one, knowledge based, problem analysis, investigation, design, tools. Anybody want to read it?
So may I?
Good. Go ahead, ma'am.
Individual and teamwork.
Right.
Then communication skills.
Right.
Then professionalism.
Right.
And then lifelong learning.
Very good.
And then impact on society.
Right.
Ethics and equality.
Yes.
Economics and project management.
Right. Thank you, madam. Right. So these are the minimum requirement from any graduates, whether he is a civil engineering or mechanical engineering or EC or computer science. Being a good education, these minimum attributes are required so that they can be employed perfectly, or they will become a good citizen also. Right. So these attributes we will discuss in detail how to achieve. Some different colleges are saying in different terminology. Some people are saying social sensitivity, some are saying communication, some are saying leadership, some societal support, responsibility, then civic sense, then law abiding, and then cross-cultural understanding, sharing, environmental sensitivity. So many people have earlier also defined it. It is not like that. Before Washington Accord, attributes were not there. It were there, all were there, but in different forms were there. So there was no consensus or internationally recognizable recognition to all the attributes. But many colleges were also doing good before the Washington Accord also. So to have international acceptability, we have decided with Washington Accord few graduate attributes. Right, this way is also, some people will say academic kind of attributes, another will say personal kind of attributes, then professional excellences, then practical skill, like that. So these things were there. Just I want to say to all of you, think more than attributes like that. Here, see self-awareness, emotions, emotional self-regulation, very important. Self-esteem, humility, accessibility, positive attitude, personal integrity, adaptability, tolerance, respect for peers. Right. So all these were there. Right. Now, importantly, I want to say to all the teachers, our job is an entirely different job. I think most of the teachers are only attending this program. So it is not a job like that. We are transferring from some 10 bags of cement from place A to place B. It is not like that. We are transferring this material from one place to another place. It is physically visible, right? Whereas whatever we are doing in the classroom teaching, or in the activity, or in the laboratory, or on the field, right, is not visible. It is not visible to immediately that you have transferred 10 bags of cement from one place to another place. Because the student will be learning, they will be encoding something, they will be storing in their minds whenever they are processing and whenever it is required. they will be retrieving it and applying it. So our prime area, work area is this yellow color portion, if you can see. Here is our prime area. All teachers need to work in this area of the student. So this is a very tough job. You cannot say it is easy to handle the students so that they will achieve certain good performance. Right, so this is the preliminary things. Now engineering life. First attributes is importantly other speakers also may have given to all of you. So it is a general mathematics, science, engineering fundamentals and other things. We'll not discuss these things more, but how to achieve this. Yes, friends. So this is a small cartoon. Photograph I took from internet. I want you people to say something. Anyone can read it and comment on it. Is it wrong or right? I will give one small example, another example also. Yes, friends, anyone can read it? Hello, those who are listening to me.
Sir, may I?
Yeah, please.
Understanding is not same for everyone.
Right.
Why are you, teacher? Why are you late, Joseph? Joseph, because of a sign down the road. Teacher, what does a sign have to do with your being late? Joseph, the sign said, school ahead, go slow. And the sign is there, slow, school.
Yeah, yes. So,
Sir, I think the sign, of course, in front of school, we have to go slow.
correct.
But it doesn't mean that we have to be so slow that we are going to be late for our own destination.
Correct. Yeah, actually, what I want to say, Dr. Shweta, over here, that they are the first learner. They are not mature. Students are the first learner. And if you think about the school student, they are, whatever it is written, they will simply think about it. I want to give one example to you. When my teacher told to me that Prithvi goal hai. In 6th class or 6th class, I understood that Prithvi goal hai like thali. When I came to in class 9, at that time my physics teacher told if we drill the earth and we put one ball, it will, when he was teaching the center of gravity, then it will rotate and will do simple harmonic motion. Then I told sir, ball will fall on other side. Then my teacher come to know this fellow don't know how the earth is going. So what I want to say, the understanding is not same for all the students. You need to clarify them properly. Then only they will understand. So this is very important. Understanding is not same for everyone. Right. Then next attribute, important attribute is problem analysis. So engineer, when they graduate, they must have capability to formulate, identify, or research properly the complex problem, and should have certain conclusion that what kind of problem is there. Then only they will go for its solution. So understanding problem itself is a tough job. Once you understand the problem properly, then 50% job is over, as we say in the PhD also. So natural science and engineering sciences and mathematics, using all these things, we need to understand the problem. So problem analysis capability should be there. That means analogy and analytical ability is very important. That's why engineering mathematics is there. Engineering mathematics, there are other science subjects are there as a base subject so that they can resolve the engineering issues. Because in engineering, we need not to do much research. Whatever research is already there, we need to implement it or we need to apply to the society for the welfare of the society. One small example I will give over here. Suppose a student is designing a water tank My senior professor, Dr. Tanika Chilam, I took from him this information. So if we are designing a water tank and we have not given a good foundation to it, we don't know the capacity of that soil, whether soil is soft soil or black cotton soil, and we want to design a 10 lakhs liter overhead tank. So think about it. If do something wrong, then what will happen? Big silty soil to a depth of 10 meter, bearing capacity is very low, and rock is there after 10 or 12 meters only. So this shallow kind of foundation will not serve the purpose if you are not analyzing the problem correctly. Then the failure of a water tank, how it will happen? Bearing capacity of the subsoil and the capacity of the water tank, we have to keep in mind, right? And then joints, and after 1 or 2 years, slowly that water tank whole structure will start tilting because of the foundation was not done correctly. And then later we need to demolish the whole tank, water tank system, otherwise accident may happen. Right, so what we need to do is that we have to do problem analysis properly. All the things we need to see as an engineering point of view. Design the foundation suitably. Finally, we are coming to the conclusion. Design the foundation suitably, otherwise problem will start. Right. Then we'll go to the next attribute. So complex engineering problem, design a system, component or process that meet a specified need with appropriate consideration for public health and safety. These are the important points, friends. Whenever some metro construction is going on, you may heard about news that something is fallen and so many labor workers. So importantly, health and safety are also very important while doing any engineering solution or constructing. So how we can give this information to our students? Let them to take some activity or field visit. What I did while designing the curriculum in Telangana state, in 2018, NITTTR Chennai along with my faculty support, in Telangana we have designed the curriculum on outcome-based education. In that outcome-based education, out of 6 days of working, we have given 1 full day for activity. Saturday is kept for activity. There will not be any theoretical session on Saturday. All the students need to do under their course coordinator, those who are taking the course, they have to do certain activity in the campus or outside the campus or field visit. So every week they have to do this job. Even EEE people need to see the whole system of electrical system in their college, how college system is functioning, what is the outside small substation, what kind of transformers are there. If they are civil engineering, they need to study at least their college and nearby if some construction is going on. So all Saturdays we kept for this activity. Then only the competency and graduate attributes can be achieved. And then only our student, our product will be suitable for the market. Otherwise, it will not be sellable in the market. They will not earn their livelihood because they have not got any idea. They don't have any confidence to start for any startup. So friends, this is very important to conduct the activity session for all the attributes as described in your course. So somebody can read this. This slide is also important. It is somewhat different from discussion? Hello, anybody is listening to me? Yes, friends.
Yes, sir.
Other than Dr. Sweta, anybody is listening to me?
Yes, we all are listening, sir. Should I read, sir?
Please.
Check under formative evaluation. Whether the curriculum has been developed based the need analysis of the employers.
Very good.
Whether the needed courses are included based on the current market demands.
Yes.
If not, add the needed courses. Yes. Have you verified the needs through the alumni?
Thank you. So these are very, very important. While see, what is the problem now going on is that so many engineering colleges we have opened. In a state earlier when I was graduating or you people are graduating at that time, only 5-6 engineering college were there, right? Nowadays 500 colleges are there. In Uttar Pradesh also it may be. Kitne hai, madam, approximately? Dr. Sweta, madam.
Sir, more than
almost 750, more than 600.
More than 600. This is the situation, right? And the graduate output of these colleges are not getting their job, right? It is not that jobs are not available. Jobs are available. People are required. Even in my colony, I am not getting a good plumber. People are not getting a good sub-engineer or engineer to design. What is the problem is that these are not suitable. The graduation they did, but that is not suitable. The product is not suitable in the system. So that's the main reason behind the unemployment. It is not employment because they can start their own. They don't have any confidence. They have not seen any design of overhead tank. They have not gone to any construction of apartment while studying that. So they want that somebody should give job to me, then only I will get some experience, then I will start. So that is the major problem behind our product. So that's why I've written very clearly over here whether whatever curriculum we are having really it is suitable for the employers or not. Is it suitable for employer or not? It is required for the employer or not? Whether needed courses are included as per the current market demand. Current market demand is very, very important, friends. If I give one example, while I was studying at Jabalpur Engineering College, at that time I need to study the telephony and telegraphy, which was mechanical engineering based, whereas electronics exchange was there near to my college. Then I told to my professor why I am studying the mechanical exchange. Then he told the university has provided the same curriculum what to do. That means the curriculum, whatever it was there in the college, is not suitable as per the market demand. So that is urgently required, friends. Right? And alumni is very important. If you go to the alumni, conduct certain meeting with them, they will clearly say these are the requirement of their industries. So that kind of only graduates should be come out from the colleges. Then only they will get the job. So if students are not getting job, it is our mistake, basically. Now conduct investigation of complex problem. So this is another attribute the student must achieve before their graduation from the college. How to conduct investigation of complex problem? Like designing a bridge of having some 100-meter length. So this is a complex kind of problem. Whatever. Or pillarless one function hall we need to design without pillars. Also, mechanical engineers has to play a large role in that kind of. So complex problem, how to resolve that? How to investigate the issues related to it? How it will be suitable? It will not. In the previous slide, I told health and safety are very important while achieving the graduate attributes. So this is another tough graduate attributes. Without giving any physical exposure to our student, you don't think that while you are covering the syllabus in the class will not make anything more. In my opinion, covering the course in the classroom will not make anything fruitful. Only it will give some analytic, some knowledge, logical knowledge, that's enough. But it will not give them confidence to start any work. So what I want to say, continuous evaluation is very important. Even I am against the end term examination. I don't want any end term examination. Day-to-day basis examination should be there. The student should be informed immediately that you are unable to do this, you need to do it. So end term examination. Earlier, annual examination system was there. After that, we have switched over to the semester system examination. In semester system examination also, it is after 6 months only. Then in Telangana, earlier, we have designed 2018 we have designed curriculum for Telangana state, and that we have given 2 midterm tests. Other than the semester examination, 2 midterm tests, which will be conducted by the board, not by the local body. So 3 plus 3, 6 examinations are there in a year. Very 1 hour duration. It will not be like that examination will be conducted for 2 months. 1 week examination will be over. In 1 week, all the examinations will be over. Will not give lot of time. It is not a celebration. Earlier, 2 months, 3 months in a year examinations were there. Now you come to see the situation in Telangana. Here only 5 days examinations are enough. 1 hour question paper. Thank you. We'll go to the next slide. Why this complex and other things are there. So friends, the advancement of Indian industries is very high day-to-day basis. People are talking industry 4.0, 2.0, 3.0 and 4.0. Now people are talking about cyber physical system, CPS, this generation, that generation. Our formulas which were available in the previous days regarding the growth, checking the growth, all are failing, especially in electronics and telecommunication and computer science. We can't, the growth in a year it is doubling, sometimes it is tripling. So all estimation kind of statistical formula which were available to us are getting failed. How to estimate the progress sometime more than the exponential way. So in these situations, we have to think about our product, how to give them. So one important lifelong learning is there in at the end of this graduate attributes. I will show you the lifelong learning. After learning for 4 years in the college, your student should continue to learn for updation of the technology. Otherwise, in a 3-4 years, industry will not accept them. Are you following me? Any participant? They can unmute.
Yes, sir.
Are you?
Yes.
So after 3-4 years, your graduation will not be useful if you are not updating your graduation. If you are not adding, just like all software patch they are sending, they are updating it. Software they are updating. If you are not updating your knowledge, then you will be out from the industry. You will be out from the professional career. So that important graduate attributes added in this outcome-based education is lifelong learning. So teachers also need to do lifelong learning, students also need to do lifelong learning. We'll show at the end. Yes, conduct investigation of complex problem. So this which we need to define modeled appropriate mathematical framework. Some people are saying that a student in the starting, they will say, why I need to study the complex mathematical things, differential equations, all these. Why we need to study this kind of filters and all that and electronics. What is the use of some students are asking while I was doing engineering college teaching at that time. So you need to satisfy them because complex problem will come in future. At that time all these things are required. Okay. Yes, somebody should read this. I told that activities are very important to get the attributes achieved during the graduation program. If you are not conducting the activities in the engineering education, higher education, your product will not be sellable in the market. Yes, friends, anybody can read this slide?
Some modes of learning.
Mm-hmm.
I hear and I forget. I see and I remember. I do and I understand. I think, sir, that is why practicals are more important.
Practicals are more important. Yes. People are saying that they are completing the course in the class and they will tell to the principal, oh sir, I have completed my course, everything is over. It's not over. It's not correct. So I understand. This is a very academician. They told I understand. Until otherwise, the chance is given to the student to do something. They will not be confident in making anything after your graduation. Right. Another very important item. What is happening? Some people are having industry. Businessmen are having industry, but they don't update it. What they will think, oh no, our industry is very fundamental. We are producing very conventional item. Slowly, what will happen? Because people demand is always changing. If you are not updating your industry, if you are not updating your machines in the company, or you are not updating the software tools, whatever earlier you are using, now you are using, if you are not changing these things, then you will be lagging in the industry. So this is very important that our students should switch over to the new technology. Suppose one person I have seen, he is doing civil engineering surveying. Civil engineering surveying, then people are saying table surveying is good. Then people are saying, no, table surveying is not good, theodolite survey is good. Another person is saying, no, theodolite will be old fashioned. Go with the total station. Go with the total station and all that. Then other people told, no, total station is also not good. You have to have a pole and then total station and all that. Then no, digital total station, DPS. And then people are coming up to the drone surveying. If you do surveying with the drone and applying the GPS theory, then you will get better result and you will complete your job also in very limited time, very less time. Then you can give the report, your job will be very fast. So what I want to say, if you are not using the modern tools is very important to use. So this should be given knowledge to our student. Updating the technology using the modern tools is very important. Otherwise, what will happen? You will be lagging and other people will be fast in the industry race. So apply appropriate techniques. Right. Another slide, I want you people to read it and share your experience. Anybody is attending, listening to me? Yes, friends, so many people
Yes,
are
sir.
there. Yes, madam, tell your name and read it.
Myself, Dr. Jyoti from Triple MUT.
Okay.
And the slide says spoon feeding is the long run. In the long run, teaches us nothing but the shape of the spoon by A.M. Forster.
Correct, madam. What is your comment on it? Have you seen any scenario?
I may agree with this statement, sir. Actually, when we present the ready things to somebody, then he only sees the presentation.
Okay.
He or she doesn't know about the efforts that how we have presented these things to them.
And madam, that guide and Kunji, all in one for BTech, all in one, 20 questions, all these things, what will happen? They will get graduation, they will get their percentage, right? But they will not get any job because they knows the how to pass the examination by way of studying 20 questions. So that is a serious problem going on. Correct, madam Jyoti?
Yes, sir.
So that kind of teaching we should not do, in my opinion. Let the people say whatever it may be, but we have to motivate our student in different direction. So in the college itself, they should get, slowly that scenario will come. That scenario will come when people will come to you that I want only plumbing job. Can you teach us plumbing? Just like a beauty parlor job. One girl will come for 3 months. I want to start a beauty parlor. Can you teach me? I will pay you whatever you want. 15,000, 20,000 I will pay for 3 months. Please train me so that I can start my beauty parlor. Like that people will come in future. Similarly in engineering also. Yes. Next. An important question. Can I do polling in this? I don't know whether it is facilities available. Google Meet polling facility is available. We don't have idea. Chat one question. I am just by voice. I will say to all of you one question. An engineer should earn a lot of money. Should an engineer earn a lot of money? Should an engineer earn a lot of money? Anybody want to say yes or no? Give in the chat box. You can type in the chat yes or no. Hello. Not able to see the chat. Shweta,
Chat box is inactive, sir.
Huh?
It's not active.
Chat
Sir,
is not
I'm
active.
able to. Yes, chat is not active. We are not able to type.
That is not active.
Oh, not active. Okay. चलिए छोड़ दीजिए. So what I want to say is, considering this attribute, engineer and the society, engineer should not have always idea of earning a lot of money. Engineer should earn money. I'm not saying, but the keeping the society in the mind that what is the safety. Engineer should earn money. I am not denying, but if we say he should earn a lot of money, then it is wrong. So he should be responsible to the society, health, safety, legal issues, and cultural issues, and finally consequent responsibilities relevant to the professional engineering practice. So while teaching to our student, we must guide them in such a fashion they understand that if we are adopting this kind of technology, then whether it will be long run, it will be friendly to the society or not. Suppose somewhere you are digging one side by apartment, you have started another apartment, you are digging the foundation. While digging the foundation, you will say this is my land, so I am digging the foundation. What will happen? Side by apartment will collapse. So these are the consequences if you not do correctly, if you not feel less of our so others comfort. So these are very important. So the engineer should think about the societal scenario, health scenario, safety scenario, legal and cultural issues also. Yes, so before starting lifelong learning, teaching and learning go together. Teaching is the cause, learning is the effect. So simultaneously then we'll come to the, if anybody want to comment, I think it's all. People are not responding that much, otherwise while giving this presentation I should get something from you also. Only people are responding, no problem. So while teaching you also get your, yes madam.
I just want to say that teachers should also, we are also attending short-term courses, FDPs. So that is also very much required. We should be updating ourselves. Then only we'll be able to teach.
Yes, some head of the department or principals are not allowing teachers to go for short-term training program. What will happen? Their quality of teaching will degrade. 100%, madam, you are correct. So they will think that 5 days, if I am relieving the teacher, it will be a serious problem to us. Don't think of this way. After for relieving 5 days, your teacher will get recharged and he will do work for 50 days extra. That is the importance. So teaching and learning will go together. Now environment and sustainability, in the previous slide also I have discussed some issues, and this is another important attribute. So here also societal and environmental concerns should be taught nowadays in a class. That is very important. They must understand so many plastic and all these things we are talking daily in our society. Once the student, those who are graduating from our system, if they are listening it, they are learning it, definitely things will go into the society. Now next will be the ethics. Suppose business, some targets are given. No, our company should earn, some profit should be 20 crores minimum in this financial year. Right. This man is saying, get serious, John. We are talking business ethics. And what is the business ethics? As per the business, they have to earn 20 crores, not the ethics. So think about it, friends. Another very important item in graduate attributes, this is the slide where I want to say to all of you, attitude is a small thing, but it will make a big difference. So change your student, turn them, motivate them. Don't teach too much to your student. Not required. Lot of information is available on the internet. So many information are available here and there. So many platforms are there. Swam is there, MOOC is there. Right. Suppose for this lecture, again I am saying to all of you, this is better than my lecture. So many lectures are available on our internet platform. But if you are not interacting with me, if you are not questioning my saying, then you will not get anything. It is just simply listening the things and then over. So attitude is a very small thing that makes a big difference to teach your student. If it is a really medical and other fields, attitude is very important. In engineering also, they should be sensitive towards the society. Yes, ethics. This ethics is incorporated in all branches. So professional ethics, will talk more about the professional ethics, not about the just like ethics. Professional ethics are that as per the need of the, suppose certain codes are there while you are constructing a building, some civil engineering codes are there. That codes, if you are not following, that means you are not professionally ethical. You are not professional ethics, you are not following. You are hiding some information from the general citizen. General citizen don't know what is the strength of particular area or a particular beam. So it is your responsibility to guide them. This is required for the strength. It is not the question of low cost or any. As per the standard norms, this is required. Suppose if you go for EEE electrical engineering branch, there also certain size of wires you must lay down while doing a house wiring or in the apartment or in the industry. You have to keep certain standards. So that standards are known as professional ethics. Suppose you have got the contract. After getting the contract, if you are not following the professional ethics, you will give low standard quality material to them. Then what will happen? Short circuit will happen. A fire will happen in the building, and that will ruin so many things. So it is not professionally correct. Yes, friends, anybody want to read it? This man is having a lot of confusion.
What is the difference between ethics, honesty, and integrity?
Yes. So he is having a lot of confusion. So ethics, friends, don't think about honesty or anything. Ethics, we need to follow professional ethics in this attribute. Importantly, the standard which are guidelined by the handbook of engineers or which are internationally and nationally accepted, that you must follow. Your student must understand this. Even while quoting for any contract, they must show that we will keep these standards in this construction. Right, so lot of value is there in the society for a smooth functioning of any profession. One important thing I want to tell over here, so many doctors are there in the society, but only few doctors will be successful in the society. One patient will recommend to another patient, you go to that doctor. Is it happening or not? What I'm saying is correct, wrong or right?
Yes, sir. Sir, I was going to say the same thing, that medical field is considered to be the noble profession. But these days, we are unable to trust the medical practitioners.
Yes, medical practitioners. They are also making lot of net, and they are. We will fall in that net. So that is very important, right? So slowly, that will be rejected automatically. Don't worry about it, man. The society will punish them slowly. So this guy, with the people will come to know this is the wrong thing, will not go next time. So what will happen? The business which is professionally correct, if they are charging 50 rupees and one person is not correct, he is charging 500 rupees. So the 500 rupees only will come 1 or 2 times. But this 50 rupees will come for 100 times. Then think about it. So the value of a professional in the society is very important. Even construction company also very well known. This is a well known company. You simply trust on it. Go ahead for this company. So this kind of scenario, if you tell while teaching to your student, then they will be a good citizen or successful entrepreneur in their life. Now, individual and teamwork. Here, I will not say much about individual, but teamwork is very important, friends. Without teamwork, you cannot achieve anything. Especially in, suppose if you want to go for NBA accreditation also, if all the teachers are not working in a team, then your college will not get any accreditation. So teamwork for a student also, we need to train them, conduct certain activity and assess them whether they are suitable, whether they are discussing the problem with the peer group or not. So team activity you must conduct in the college. Give assignments, some mini project, major project, form a team, 6 students, who is working correctly, team, incorrect. So that performance also you have to calculate in a group of 5 or 6. Right, friends? And this is another important communication. Somebody will help me to read this content. Soft, now people are talking about soft skills. Yes, madam. Tell your name and read it.
Sir, Shweta, Dr. Shweta.
Okay. Right.
Communication. Communicate effectively on complex engineering activities with the engineering community and with society at large, such as being able to comprehend and write effective reports and design documentation, make effective presentations, and give and receive clear instructions. Thank you, sir.
Communication is a major part, while this is actually managerial kind of skill. So when you are having large company, communication with the community and all that is very important, national and international level, they need to do it. So our student must be trained in writing a technical report writing. So this also we need to do that, how to write a proposal, how to write it in the starting itself, in the college itself, when they are coming to the third year and final year, at that time we must train them how to make a report. Otherwise, where they will learn? Who will employ them? Yes, friend. Any other participant? Quickly, Maya, I'm coming towards the third part, second part.
Sir, the slide says, if I cannot learn the way you teach, will you teach me the way I can learn?
Yes. Will you teach me the way I can learn? So this is the important question raised by a student. That means whatever way you are teaching, it is not suitable to me. So one lecture is there, if you listen to somewhere, student-centered learning. Actually, we need to teach individual student in a class of 60 or 40. How to teach individual student is not very tough, in my opinion. We can teach individual students and lot of computerization is available. So some students are having learning difficulties, that you need to understand the learning difficulties of the student, and then it can suit them. Suppose when a student is having very good efficiency in reading the textbook, then you give textbook to him or her. Another student will understand with the video, then you give video. Some student will understand with the problem, kind of problems or some activity kind of things. So whatever way they are learning, you have to separately provide them facilities.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, madam.
But in the same 1 hour of lecture, how is it possible to treat each and every student in different way?
Very good, very good. At least you have asked this question. I was thinking, right. Actually, madam, what I want to say to all of you, how to teach, see, 60 to 70% it may be a common content to all, right? Let it be a 40% will be separate content. Nowadays, lot of flipped classroom, LMS, and other ways also available. Right. So you suppose you have conducted one Google form test. Right. Then you come to know you can divide your student in 4 groups. Some 60 students are there in your class. You have divided 4 groups. How many students will be there in one group?
12.
15.
15, right? So 15 students are of different kind. You understand now. Again, this 15 group, even if you want to divide, you can divide again in 3 groups and understand, try to understand it. So 5 students will be of similar nature. You give them separate content, separate video. It is not that it should be given in the class only. You give it through by LMS. Learning management software or system we need to adopt. You send them or WhatsApp. So many social media things are available. So particular 15 student you control differently, while don't give full time class, 40 minutes or 50 minutes class to all. Make them to ask many questions. Don't cover the syllabus. Try to uncover the content. Allow the student to come to your chamber. Let them to consult with you. Sit in the college. That is required. So many things. So a lot of belongingness and devotion will definitely turn that each and every student should get individual kind of food. You can say teaching, learning, food. So he or she will be satisfied by whatever content you are giving to him or her. So this is not very tough job. Use the technology available. Don't waste your time unnecessary in taking attendance. This way are evaluating, question answer. Make it computerize your activities. Take the advantage of computer. Suppose in the banks, earlier we are giving one withdrawal form will go to the clerk will give the laser, somebody will check the signature, then money will come to the customer. Instead of that, we have what we have is there. ATM, automatic teller machine is there. So you can draw money easily. This is the advantage of computerization. If you want to book a ticket like that, similarly, your teaching, learning, you can attend, you can join my session on LMS. If it is available somewhere, you can join that session. I will guide you people how to conduct class in such a fashion that individual student will get individual kind of learning or teaching from your side. Thank you, madam, for asking this question.
Thank you, sir, for making me comfortable how we can divide the students and can cope up with them also. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you. Yes, project management and finance management, all these one management subject is there in BTech. So project management, how they learn, you need to conduct some moral lecture, you need to invite some loan officers from banks. You should aware our student that there is a financial institutions are available. You can have loan from them, you can start your work. All these things should be given in the college itself. Because many students belong to the rural area. They don't have any access to the high level of facilities. All these kind of facilities must be given in the college only. Then only they will understand the engineering and management principles. Otherwise, not in my opinion. So some entrepreneurship camp you need to conduct for 1 or 2 days. Even in 1989, I have attended 3 days entrepreneurship camp in my college. I don't know whether nowadays engineering colleges are conducting or not. They are saying this is extra job, sir, why I should do. Since this FDP conduction comes under AICTE guidelines as per the career advancement scheme, really so, and they have given now industrial training. Similar kind of things should be there in the AICTE guidelines so that our faculty members should conduct. some entrepreneurship camps also for the student. Okay. 2-3 more slides are there. I think second last or last. Yes, friends, just read anyone, no problem.
May I read it?
As far as my graduate attributes are concerned. Yes, madam.
Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. I, Mahatma Gandhi.
I'm unable to hear you properly.
I think there is some issue in my mic.
The mic is not. Okay. Now last. So we should live, Anna. Learn as if you were to live forever. So actually this statement and this statement are related to each other. What Mahatma Gandhi has told. Similarly, this last attribute of outcome-based education under Washington Accord is similar. Recognize the need for and have the preparation and ability to engage in independent and lifelong learning. People are not doing, I don't know, this independent and lifelong learning. If I am not updating my curriculum, my knowledge, then I will not be able to deliver next time any lecture on my any technological content. Right? This I want to say to all of you, while those who have asked the how to do individual student teaching. So education is a kindling of a flame, not a filling of a vessel. Don't give lot of information. Simply motivate them to study or create certain environment in which they will do like this. So thank you. And last part, second part of the question was that I will share to all of you one. How I can share the link to all of you? Hello, coordinator sir. On a small Google form.
शेखर सर चैट बॉक्स एक्टिव हो सकता है क्या?
Sir, there is a WhatsApp group we have joined.
Shall I send WhatsApp to Yadav sir? He will. I think he will circulate to everybody. है ना?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sending. Okay. Just wait for me. This is small test. I want people to do that. I have shared this in a chat. Have you got it? Shekhar sir, have you got it?
Okay. Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir.
आप थोड़ा सबको दे दीजिए व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में या कहीं भी.
Okay sir, what I have to share sir, just one call came to me sir.
No, I have sent one link in your WhatsApp.
Okay, okay, okay sir. I will just share sir. मैं करो.
So I request all the participants. Very few, 6-7 questions are there. You can quickly tick mark and submit.
Okay sir, I am just sharing the link sir. So participants, the link is on message also and WhatsApp group also. You just click on the link and try to fill this form.
Yes. So I will try to see response. Yes, friends, so please respond to this questionnaire. Very small number of questions, some 6-7 questions are there. Just to tick mark. Don't worry about it, wrong or right. I will discussing with you. We will discuss, don't worry, wrong and right. Yes, friends, so one Google form link is given to all of you. See that? Complete up. 3 response I have received. Very good. Very good. I think it is visible to all of you also. Yes. Yes, once it is completed, 5 I will discuss quickly. Just open the link, Google form link. Just open the Google form link and submit. Yes, friends, please respond to Google form. Yes, 4 responses I have received. Yes, very good. 5 I have received. Okay. So, as I told in the previous also that some questionnaire you can use the system for segregating the students. 7 responses I have received, right? So the average marks out of 7.1.57, our median is 1, our range is 1:3, right? So this is the graph over 1 point how many? 4 has got 2 points and 3 points, right? Then summary I will show over here. This I want. See, nobody has given the right answer for this question. Right answer was long-headed. Learner communication has relatively high potential of challenging. That means continuing for long-held attitude. So that is a tough job, right? In OB, all activities are designed to. Very correct. This correct answer was not given. This is correct only. Yes, I have not tick mark. I think I did mistake over here. So this is correct on the achieve specific goals. Correct. I will correct in the form. Right. And which of the following learner-centered principles would a teacher consider if one of his or his student has a learning disability? Learning and diversity. So variety of some people are unable to read the communication, or they don't have that much good English. So English medium they may not understand. Then you have to give some related picture or video, so that this learning and diversity you have to utilize. Then another growing quantity of information available today's world is an example of what type of trend. So lot of incremental, as I told in the lecture also. What is the most important contribution that a teacher can make in the classroom? Definitely reduce the tension and make learner creative. So this is, see, I need not to do any evaluation. I need not to check how many marks who has got. Simply I can plot the graph. Last question was on the just interest. How many? What is your favorite things to do in your free time? Somebody says read. 30% people have said read out of 10. And 20% say I will organize my house. 50% people are saying I will go for adventure of some sort. Right. So this is the trend. Right. We'll come to the last stage of our program. So I request those who are comfortable, they can switch on their video camera. And now my whole presentation, whole discussion is ready. If you want to make any question, you can ask me. Otherwise, we'll close the session.
Participants, please ask any query if you have.
If you are having any queries, or I have not covered few things, what I told, or my lecture, anything about, where I should improve my lecture, what I should incorporate, that also you are welcome. Because I want also to improve my lecture. Yes,
Sir,
friends?
I only want to say that I have gained the knowledge through your lecture in very simple language and with very simple examples. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. मौका मिलेगा तो गोरखपुर आएंगे आपके यहाँ जरूर.
Most welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good. So thank you to all from my side. Over to coordinator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I think there is no more queries. So thank you, sir, for enlightening us with a wonderful lecture, sir.
May I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir, you can.
Thank you. Please use my wordings, whatever I had told. That is the only request. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. There is one announcement to the participant. The session 6 speaker has refused to take the session due to some emergency. So we'll try to incorporate this session in upcoming days. So please cope up with us and you can enjoy a second half of your Sunday without any session on examination reform. So thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir. So I'm closing the meeting.
Okay, sir, we are leaving.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for calling me and making me active at that moment of time.
Ah